Let's do the thing. And we are live with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker patch 6.1. A newfound adventure. It is time. We are once again continuing the story. Let's hope it's not as gut-wrenching this time as the last one. Because, quite frankly, I don't think any of us have recovered from 6.0 yet. Anyway, without further ado, let's just get on with the show. A newfound adventure. Tataru is putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company. Ho, ho, ho. John, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Let's go. Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Oh, the game is back. I missed this game. Oh wow, those actually look delicious. They have donuts.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors.
I've done absolutely nothing, technically. I mean, I went to the moon, and I went to Ultima Thule. But beyond that, I haven't actually done any post-Endwalker things, because there isn't anything.
Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future? Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you.
We still have a couple of shards left to visit.
You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again, and travel the world in search of wonder.
I was about to be like, what are you getting at?
With so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind.
Is it the second? We've been to the first.
Thavnair. That's where you should go next.
Thavnair? Okay.
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Ritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance.
Oh.
Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
For Emetzelk, let's go.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea. Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care.
I love it.
Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
Oh man, this is good. This is good. I love it. 10 minutes in. It's not
Don't
even.
worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
I can't even deny it.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Am I actually falling asleep? That's so mean. To be fair, oh. I'm not falling asleep. I'm You know, I thought the echo would be disabled.
And thus I am returned.
So, someone who's dead? That could literally be anybody. Although...
Ah, you're awake.
We took a nap, sorry.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
You could have had us go grab shit then. Like food. Or really anything else.
You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
I could use a new outfit, you know. I forget where the Diamond Forge is, but I'm hoping it's here. Because if not, we're screwed. I'm surprised that there wasn't like observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I'll need a moment, you'll see. A little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? I mean... yeah. It's all brown, though. I'm so glad you approve. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, I'll ask that you wear this on your travels. Let's hope it's dyeable. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, where did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? If you already know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. Ah. Yes. Mwaha, I can hear now the merry clink clink of gil overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Alright. Before that, I want to, number one, dye it, and number two, put it on. Ahem. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New place to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Did she really just... Wow, she just threw shade at Sid. Collection expanded, the unending codex. I am never gonna look at this. Like, ever. The unedited tool is now available in the collection in the duty section of the main menu. New entries for prominent characters go added to the press to main store requests. Yeah, sure, whatever. Now, first things first. Can't be having it in this color. Oh, it's purple. Yeah, they're like brown. Ew, gross. Let's see. Cast glamour. No. Okay, equipped. Okay, then the gloves. Cast glamour. And then the boots. Wayfarer. Now, we also want the earring. And the necklace. Oh wow, you can still see you can still see the pants. Okay, let me dispel the glamour. Looking good, looking good. Alright, for the remainder of a Newfound adventure, we'll be rocking this out. Gear set list. Remove glamour plate link. Bountiful ruins. But first, I need to drink water. I should also close my door because it's causing some weird light bleed. But I won't. I need to hide my weapon. Let's do that. Hold up. I forgot I wanted to hide my weapon. I've been meaning to hide my weapon on here. Hey yo, this is actually pretty cool. I might turn that into my Bard Machinist glam. Tatara has some advice to share with you. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Tavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Meride's Mayhain, the finest drinking establishment in Radzat. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, John, and may fortune find you. Unfair fortune find you. Who the hell is bringing a dragon indoors? The Dominant Cliff, because Bosja. Radzat. We actually look pretty cool. I'm kind of upset she didn't give us pants, but... The Ethernet! Mayrides of Mayhem. Let's go! I am so glad we're back at it again. Although now I got a cape. I thought that was a scarf at first, but apparently it's a cape. I don't care. Milio! Old friend. Welcome to Mayride's Mayhem. Oh, hello, I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find your table. The ruins beneath the bounty. Were you speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is, Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhane's unique beverages. Offer him a drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek. And a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Mary had found out I took coin from Tavnir's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. I'd rather pay. I love the Runs at Han background music. Ah! I mean, to be fair, I also love Ultima Thule's, which is why, yeah. No one go back to the first few minutes of the VOD. Yes. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Begin speaking with Jalheen. I miss how it's Elk. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Ah, well, you see, I'm an adventurer, and one who can breathe underwater. I need not say any more. Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly would say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are, one of Mayride's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely, bottoms up. Your finest beverage, because it's on the house. No, don't ever do that. That's a terrible idea. In this case, it's probably the best idea, but normally you don't want to do that. Jolene empties the cup in a single pull. Oh, jeez. That was very kind of you, sir, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Ah! The bounty. Your favorite subject. Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Al-Zadal? He was Khan of the Ori tribe which sailed to Tavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzat-Han. I'm gonna say no. His decision to aid the Sodara, or Arkasodra is technically, as I believe how it's pronounced, is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Al-Zadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radzat-Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claims a small island somewhere in the middle of Bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razathan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Cough. Apologies. I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Another round! We're getting him drunk! Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. He's like, oh, my cup is empty. That doesn't require someone being sharp if you don't understand the meaning of that. You might want to learn how to, look underneath the underneath. Or in this case, just underneath. Another for the professor. Oh ho ho, today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhain. Joheen gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Ah, heck, yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault refused. I mean, flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend. And the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail here, but he did have... Oh, no, I could say no more. You see what judges saw. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly foolhardy quest? If my word sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell the tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? Can we just tell him about Medion and just like the very edge of existence? From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it. But I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Mihlil, more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Drains you another cup dry. Anyway, you being who you are, suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map. One would show the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? But I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. A million more drinks. The wink. It's just like... He's too drunk to notice! That's so... Your drink, sir? Ah, I'm out of this. I am parched. Yeah. You got like my entire... Gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. We'll certainly thank you in the morning. Yeah, can we get another, like, 4 waters for this man? Ugh, I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary of how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we'll share a taste for the Mayhain's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jillian has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you'll need to look at a man by the name of Azama. Alright, who are we getting drunk next? The hell's this outfit? Oh, it's a swimsuit. Yes, I am Osama, and who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Al-Zadal's legacy, and I've been waiting for sales ever since. Tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All I could talk about was finding that vault. That look in his eyes. I knew it was a common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Al-Zadal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you, too. That appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I'll tell you what my friend told me. I convinced the merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purchase was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Al-Zadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Interesting.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
No.
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name.
As cold as this is, he has a point.
This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Al-Zadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Al-Zadal Khan.
A map to Al-Zadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession.
Oh! So this man literally sends people to their death!
A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Also true.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim?
Because fate do be like that.
How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map. Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
Bro! Estinian. It's the boy.
thought of you, sir. Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
Estanian, don't you dare!
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
There's no way. There's no... I hate this. I know where this is going. Fucking hell, Estanian. How bad is your reputation with people? I'm blaming Estanian for this. I don't believe Ragged Waif. It's a con. Probably.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Estanian.
Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure. But why Thavner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
Oh?
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
Oh!
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself.
You don't?
If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days.
The Ragged Waif. I still don't believe him.
I hope to do for Thavner what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Oh.
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Of course. Naturally.
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Virtue's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made it his proposal once I was too full of Hanish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsuya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiali and see if he can help us. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Yes, the waif. Have you noticed their little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beasts? With some wild beast. Yeah, this boy's lucky. I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are, I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with the Zashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. Ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have, well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out. For my friend here was seeking those very ruins. I need to put on pants. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there's more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search. About the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of I mean, we could call in the rest. We might need a hand moving the treasure. Assuming we find any, still, it may prove wise to bring some companions along all the same. It's like... we might not need help with the combat part. But, it's an entire vault of treasure. We're gonna need some help. Preferably of the Asian variety, you know, the teleporting. We might want to go to the first and go pick up Gaia, because, Any ideas on whom to approach? The signs have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Oh. Oh. That's evil. That's actually evil. Wait. Who do I pick? Y'shtola. Y'shtola. Her magics would be a welcome addition, aye, but I'm loath to interrupt the research. Mayhap we could ask a less prickly companion. Graha and Cryo. How about Graha and Cryo? Aye, Cryo may have her hands full rebuilding students, but if you reach out to Graha, you would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean. Oh, he's very. What is your name, boy? Merod, sir. Well, Merod, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do. What choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother those two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Bountiful lands. The heck are these ruins? Friends for the road. So I wanted Y'shtola, but like Graha's, you know, he's still best species. Stupid Discord notifications not going through. Wait, what? I have a ping, but it's not showing up on mobile. Okay. Anyway, I'll be right back. We're back! Anyway, let's head for the bounty! Potatoes, soup, salad, money! Of course we're gonna get the money. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, it was based at the annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let's be off to you, Merod. Do me a favor, don't stray from the path. Okay, while I'm here, I need to pull up some pants. Me not wearing pants is kind of weird. No, glamour plate. Oh, okay, hold up. I gotta figure. I'm like, not having pants is weird. There we go. And it matches, look. It actually just matches. That's hilarious. There we go. I forgot because it's not technically part of a glamour plate. Because it doesn't let us like edit a glamour plate. Like I can't just be like set here. Right? It doesn't let me do it. Oh, it's good. Anyway. I will set it up as a glamour plate later. Actually, thinking about it, I could set it now. Ethernet. Right? I could technically set it as a glamour plate now. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, John. What might the students do for you? Graha, yes, he's in the main hall with Mrs. Kryle. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Hopefully it lets me. I should have thought of that. When I was at Radzat Han.
Ah, Ojika, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, is Isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition.
I mean, I was hoping to take your Stola. Honestly, I was actually hoping to take everyone, but, you know.
I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance. Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned.
She looks like Grahani's like, man's about to scream. He wants to go on an adventure.
You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
You know,
well,
no getting caught in Crystal
I guess
Towers.
We're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along?
No.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Yes! Yes! Let's fucking go!
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
This is true. He supposedly traversed
Splendid. Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like.
Is it Orion J with Tancred? So we've pretty much got the band back together then. Except Alize and Alphato. Whoa.
From what I can gather, the Loperites wish to build their own vault for the people of Atheris to explore, and are looking for inspiration to help make it a memorable experience. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
At that point, why don't we just get everyone back?
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
You actually haven't mentioned the other matter.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Please let me go to the inn to make a change to my... Like, I'd like to be properly attired. Jeez, that was loud. Graha and Krayal. Ooh. Curiouser and curiouser. We gotta show the new feature. We got to. Interesting. Emmerich doesn't have pants! Yes. I completely forgot that dream fitting is a thing we can do now. But yeah, let's fix the glam. Okay, edit glamour plates. Number 2? Yes. Wayfarer. Gloves. Wayfarer. Pants? We're gonna keep this. Wayfarer's boots. Although technically I have the other pants. The Traveler. Although that one's just not as good. That'll be 9. Obviously, I can't add it now. I mean, I could. There we go. It just won't respond. See? Gear set list. Link glamour plates to number 2. Anyway, now we can leave. I'll probably enjoy myself a lot in the thing. Anyway, oh wait, I need to summon Ardbert. Portraits. I forgot the boy. Ardbert, you're supposed to join me on my adventures. How could you leave me? He didn't. I just forgot because I'm an idiot. Dun, 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 dun. Is she sleeping?
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Oh, wearing fingerless gloves. Let's go. Or a fingerless glove. I love how we're just sitting here.
Close my eyes for one moment.
It's been a bit longer than that.
Ow! How long have you two been here?
Long enough.
Nor did I want to fall asleep. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
That's not healthy!
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it.
I mean, yeah, Gaia's right there. Like, quite literally, Gaia's right there in the first.
So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
Yeah, do you want to come with us to uncover a way to get to other worlds?
Al-Zadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
As soon as we gather literally everybody else.
Akiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Alright, I'll be right back. Apologies. It's a bit chilly in my room, and therefore I need to pee constantly. Why are you being made aware? Oh, it's like... It's literally the black horse. I just pulled it from, like, nowhere. Orianje! 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 Where are you, my friend? And where's Thancred? Where's Bestad?
Our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure.
I mean, yeah.
I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Was Thancred with you?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperites had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
You have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperites now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Estinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
Hey! Best dad is here! Let's go! Also, I don't know why my... I don't know if that, if like, because Marbs are more or less equal, but it doesn't look like it. I don't know if that's... I don't know. That's just weird.
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross. Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter.
Hey, banter.
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather?
Adventure.
Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Wow. Wow, that's a guilt trip and a half.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
Stola.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I?
That's the best part!
In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters.
I mean... Yeah, he's right.
I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
No, I have no idea why I have that last item. I send you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We're more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Money, 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 because I have food. Alzadal's legacy. Shtola is intrigued by the legend of Alzadal III. Alzadal III. I confess I'm somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that, we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. I do wish that they were, like, mirrored. The gloves to be, like, the left hand. Because the big thick boy on the right is... not my favorite, but it still looks good. Still looks good. Alzadal's legacy now accessible. What? Excuse me, what? Bro! Okay. As always, we do the first round with randos. Mainly so that I can die. Hey, the finale for Trails in the Sky is up on YouTube. Alzadal's legacy in Ilsamad. Oh wow, I'm not the only one wearing the outfit. Let's go. What? My guess is you went too fast then. I don't think I have a like a big boy. Ambu Jam. Yep, I'm ready and willing. Oh. Ah! Oh, it gives you like poison. That's dumb. That's actually just dumb. Jarber? $575. Interesting. Oh, it's actually fancy looking. And it's dial. Nice. I'll try and get only ninja gear. Right? Because that looks pretty sick for ninja gear. Oh. Oh, so that's why the sound effect was playing. I'm ready. Then heal, Sonja. If it hurts, heal. Heal like your life depends on it. Because if the rest of us dies, you will too. If oh, fuck. What? Oh. That is confusing. What the? I can't get a read on this one. Normally, if I was Dancer, I would just stick with the healer. A continuous AoE. That's a continuous near full map AoE. That's... Yep. It definitely hurts. Well, that's unfortunate. And that's a wipe. Wait. Oh, the threshold's no longer sealed. I was about to be like, wait, did it not unseal? I'm so confused. I'm not gonna say this to chat, but I'm just gonna stay near Sandra because that usually helps. It's the one time they. Whoa. The double hit. This is why I'm not going full combo, and why I much prefer being like a dancer or something, because then I just, you know. This feels like a you best be summoner and blah, 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 blah. Legit, this feels like a you best be summoner and or red mage fight, just like this specific fight. Cause then you could just heal spam yourself. Okay, we did it. I hate everything about that fight. But that's only because I tried it as Reaper. I'm sure if I tried it as like a summoner or a red mage and just heal spam myself, it'd just be like, ah, that was exhausting, but... It'd be like, that was exhausting, but... Someone just said that the fight hurts, and the fight proceeded to hurt a lot. I'm pretty sure I've been getting all of the items so far. It should pass me over if I don't cast. Which is that nobody wants this shit. See? If I don't cast my law, it doesn't come to me. Alright, let's watch the cutscene. Oh no. Looming Warden, Kapikulu. Whoa! That's an entire 50. Right as I was about to move from seeing the thing, that's... Ugh. I died again. Oh! I guess I'm not the only one who hacked that one up. I was like, I hacked that one up. Damn it, John. It's like, oh wait, no, you're not the only one who fucked it up. Wait. Oh, okay. I was like, what? And there's the unseal. Now let's all imagine if I tried to do that with the trust system. It seems like a simple fight, but also one that's what? I fucked that up somewhere. Oh boy. Okay. That fight wasn't so bad. It's like I said in the chat. It's easy, but it's also easy to mess up. Sonja definitely gets that one for 1,000,001 reasons. And those 1,000,001 reasons is her glam. Also, she was good mentor slash healer, so. Player commendation. Oh, she's not in here. Bah. Gib! Thank you. Look, man, I got the ninja and the ninja. Right? Before I exit, let's check it out. Try on. Save outfit. Look at that! Look at that! Oh, I should probably dye it. Hold up. And it will die. Bro, they're like black jeans. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about! Yes, I know. If I want to go full this gear, I'd have to actually like come in here again. But I could just climb it, which would actually also involve coming back here. Oh. I was doing it for the memes, realistically.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
What? Kinda.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
It's like, well,
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
If he says it's a portal to other worlds, that
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
You and I will speak later.
Oh, fuck me, I'm in trouble. But it's 100% worth it. The ominous music.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
Oh.
This something of which thou speakest? Might it be some manner of threat?
They are right, though. It is not the time for frivolity, but I had to. I had to! Because again, my Warrior of Light is just me, and that is 100% something I would say. It's like, I wasn't gonna touch it, but you know. Just make a joke out of it because, jeez.
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Please do not! I would prefer you don't release whatever it is. Unless you mean telepathically. Oh, no, we're actually gonna go up there and seal it. Great. The fuck is that?
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
A way to other worlds. Well, that's interesting. So, what was it you still wanted to say? Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of a deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. You may now enter Alzadal's legacy with a party of NPC avatars, blah blah blah.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her.
That's terrifying.
And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the arts to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
They weren't actually lost though. Emmett Selk was still around up until however long ago it was that he died.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn.
So we're headed to the 13th text?
Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void-sent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. It was but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razat Khan and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
He made a leader's sacrifice, but oh, that's gotta hurt.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness. Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the wing scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late.
I mean...
And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
I'm surprised Yashola hasn't said wait. I think I frame skipped on my camera just then. This is interesting. Okay. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I'll tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary, much as I retain spare vessels for myself and keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Razat Han. Okay. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Oh, it's literally right there. Okay. I was gonna teleport, but apparently it's right there. Ah, yes, the places with everyone in it. Perhaps we'll discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must tend to the matter of the Vault Sentinels. As instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapikulu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was the tomb robbers, fiends bored of the Tower of Zot by the sisters? Do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Even Orion Jane's just like, how do I put this? Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details are important. I shall see it done immediately. It's like, wait, why do all of you suddenly look guilty? Oh. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to get into the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magic. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate in from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void sent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man. I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration, and the true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet, you succeeded in expanding the simulative portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemist, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead, I made them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I'd given up searching for Ashdaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus had the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the cloud of darkness. Once that sovereignty was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void set, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. You seem to have struck a bargain of your own, John. Though it serves you well in battle, be aware that the beneficial nature of your arrangement is the exception which proves the rule. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you can resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. But I want the treasure! I want to do nothing with it. I mean, buy a bunch of armor. Then we have one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Yeah. Technically. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. Oh, you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You're most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loperates will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mrs. Crow is eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. Oh, we're like halfway. Okay. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. You may now undertake myths of the realm. Speak of the fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest. I will be doing that after I've the difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Thank you, John. John and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Don't tell me. It's Xander. Isn't it? Such a breach of a game was not instigated from this side, 'twas thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah! Let him come. I'll drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath the sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. So it's not Xander. It's some denizen of the 13th. I'll be right back. Oh. I'm back. Anyway, I went and checked. There is not a dungeon after the one we did. Good. Because I don't want this to take forever. Anyway. Sharing the wealth. Shall we begin? If we were to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I'd ask that you act in my stead. John, you are to visit Akiali and Yedlamad. Speak with Matsia and his people and listen to their grievances. Estanian, I bid you to do the same at Palakistan. I'll be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull Grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. Ugh. Quest accepted! In theory, we have... Yeah, we took a chunky boy. We have like 2 hours left, which is good, good, good. Razatan! That's the fake QB mount. It's more of a Nanabe than a QB. It has 7 tails apparently, although 1, 2, 3. Yep, 7 tails. They need to get this can't. Apparently, this is supposed to be a QB mount, but like, there's only 7 tails, which is dumb. They should fix that. Last time I asked for something on stream, I got it in that we got the ability. We got 20 glamour plates and the ability to put it at any sanctuary. So I'm gonna ask for this to become a proper QB mount. That is what I'm gonna ask for this time. I mean, last time I said I wanted something in the game, it worked, so... Actually, that's 2 times. They fixed the weird balancing issue for 6.0 as well. But that was done in 6.0... Was it 6.05 or 08? Before 1. It was shadow done, and I never actually noticed at the time. It just kind of worked. Oh, John, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished the boat then. Anything the village desperately needs. Well, I suppose Kalzal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. I was still struggling to rebuild our lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Yadlamad! Jeez. You don't need a 10-person mount. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Tavner, then you must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost you? Under no my part with 3 bottles for the judge's price of 19,800 gil. For you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You do practically stealing from me. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. If I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. I couldn't be like, I'm not Estanian, because it's just like... I kind of have it. The 10k gil, I have it. I have 600. I need way more. So how fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? And the trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Calazal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. God's rest his soul. You have spoken with key local figures and gained an understanding of the puppet's hardships. Varshan awaits your report in Megaduta. My heart hurts. Look, I know I usually take the piss and just meme about everything, but jeez, not even I can meme about this. Like, the world is in shambles. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. And there are places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlamat. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Pakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akiali and Yedlamat? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamat. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Not to mention the baby whose parents both died during the final days. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome. We will not. John Estanian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. I like how the garb that we're wearing actually gets wet. Same with our hair. And once we get the next gen graphical upgrade, It's gonna be amazing.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more.
Y'all see this? He's still wounded.
None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come.
I mean, do we not have orphanages in...
Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course? We must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name. A fitting blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
The Ishgard of old and the Ishgard of now as well. You know, minus the, like, war in between. Bridging the what now? Alright, wishes to share his gratitude. We bridging the what? Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Yushtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Yushtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. Ah! Varshan! I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahawan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. Are you sure none of them are corrupt? And I'm curious to learn what conclusion the Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Estinian calling Varshan Vritra is in the same exact vein as me referring to Heidelin as Vena. It's literally the exact same thing. Which is cool. I'm glad I'm not the only one. You know I'm gonna be keeping this outfit for the entirety of 6.1 to 6.5, unless we get, you know, like a new fancier outfit. I played through all of Thing in the outfit for Thing.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the void gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Justinian, calm down, my boy, and wait. There we go.
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics.
She's right.
From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first.
It's gonna show me in this outfit, probably.
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voids sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th, and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved. I had a feeling you might say that.
Of course I would.
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands.
No pressure or anything.
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Oh.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
It'll be fine! And even if it isn't, I'll save them at the last second. It'll be fine.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with... Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with the minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind. What of Scholar Montechain? Did he come to Gra's defense during the inquiry after all? To settle, let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Ah, visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, scholar, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh ho, no further forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Daimir has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is in fact precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet, I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha! Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. See no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Wait, I thought he was just going to approve it. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. You can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there's no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Levier estate and plead our case. Ah, one last thing before we go. I'd consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. I hope that didn't go through. Because that was a... call. Burp. Of course, Scholar. We will be sure to pass on any revelations. Come one, come all. Ardbert, my friend. Without convincing Fortuno to a champion, our cause will be as simple as showing up on his doorstep. This is true. Okay, not what I intended to do at all. I forget that my mouse button isn't 9 on the numpad, it's 9 on... Look at the top row of the keyboard. And so, when I pressed 9 on the numpad, I accidentally pressed 8. And you know, the rest is I'm confused. Butler saw. Oh, my hands are cramping. I haven't done a long boy stream of this level since Endwalker finished. Main Endwalker finished. I think. So, this is just painful. Ah, Master John, Mr. Sistola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Fancy! Man's got a butler. Well. Emilians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of importance to discuss. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. We want to go into the void. To save a dragon. And explore new frontiers. Mostly the latter. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Monteshane expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you will not attempt to circumvent the form's authority again. Unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. It's like, look. You know, I mean, last time we were trying to avert the end of days. So. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? Adventure! For a brother who misses his sister. She was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over people yet healing from the flames of the final days. Loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. Yeah. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. He's got a weird way of going about it, but yeah. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Yeah, just tell us about the first and we'll... and we'll let you go into the void. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's easy enough. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I'll add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. Oh, thank goodness I don't have to sit through it. The posturing of the forum. Accompany Ishtola. Journey's End would have been a more fitting name for a place in Ultima Thule. Because it's the end of that journey. It just seems out of place here. In my opinion, at least. You know. The correct opinion. She's good. Ugh. I wish this entire game was voice acted. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlotte and salted the earth for good measure. When we claimed clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Jeez. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution. And there will be repercussions if it is not. I mean, yeah, the repercussions will be that, you know, the world will end. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlene needed to guide it through not one, but two exoduses. Whew! Jeez. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes. And now I could simply walk in through the door. I mean, yeah, dreams do come true, apparently. Now, if only I had a cat. Our focus will be on finding House Daymare's research notes, of course. But the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Chain is waiting to offer you further instructions. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it's my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. Reminds me of Fateful Days, almost. Shall we? Michelle is not accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Michelle behind by entering a different area by speaking with her apart ways. If you wish to have a call, blah blah blah. So, no, this is the... It's inside the building. Jeez. Archon Yashola and guests identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Oh, come on, Square! I see what you did there. Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. So no fire 4. All this forbidden knowledge. So bad I can't jump into the game and gain access to all that forbidden knowledge.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Is it actually gonna make me search? I mean, 5,000 years ago, it should be on the first floor. Or the top floor. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though I tend to read more, this thought seems to be the volume we are seeking. That's interesting. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures defined by Nuhashan, the 9th patriarch of House Daemir. We present these results to the faculty of Charlie and Studium as both a token of our friendship and expression of our boundless admiration. You better have a look at the Frumentoy Musique. You're still only to make the final confirmation. No! I wanted to read more stories, damn it. As something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book. I was completely absorbed by the contents. Honestly? I'd probably be the same. The game stopping me from reading more is the only reason why I didn't continue. Like 100%. Well done, John. I think you may have found our prize. I want to hear about this man, this goldsmith who fell in love with the Void Sun.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures, a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism.
Interesting.
We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves.
I mean, there's literally the love story of a dude who fell in love with the void scent. I kind of want to continue reading that. Let me have some romance, damn it.
Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
But the love story! Damn it. I would have much rather just finished the love story. Because I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to deal with what's their names from the 13th if we actually finish this. So I just kind of don't want to open it at this point. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Haunish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the great work. Nidana? I mean, map. I believe it's this quest and and one more quest after that. Oh, it's an Arcasodra. Nidana! Your soul tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. I mean, I have no doubt you'll be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daemir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. Forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand. I can hardly wait to read it! I love it. She's like, I can hardly wait to read it. Honestly, me too. To think the Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daemir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Sharlayan trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Mine too. Adventure! Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? Go into the void. So the secret void gate sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is the day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. Charlotte's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, I need to go no further than the Fount of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I'll petition Virtue to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Up! I went too far down. The only thing about my character that isn't realistic is the character can swim and I cannot. I don't need to see chat with I love the music. Yeah, my arm feels like it's about to fall off. I'm not used to this anymore! Soon. Do you have that flask for me? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, John. Alright. Now, this should be the final quest. Which is good. Because my body is falling apart. Void Theory. Your soul is eager to depart for the vault. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of a diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lands. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matthias' boat again? Not this time. Once you shall inform me of our destination, I arrange for a vessel to be made ready at Akiali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? This is faster. My teeth still feel a bit weird at the bottom from 5.5 when I played 5.5. Like, body, please. I just want to play the video games. Veteran Radiant. The ship is yours to command. Ah, thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Al-Zadal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with my own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. 4 hours. Oof.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty.
Yeah, and Emmett Selk just straight up told us about it. Sort of.
It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Gra has theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead.
Wow, so we're actually not the ones who have to go through something completely and utterly dangerous and asinine. Jeez. I'm actually upset.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Yeah.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Yeah, that's why Stadia thinks she's been possessed. Ah, yes.
Though not my first choice, these familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
That explains a lot.
In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption.
Oh, man.
If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Of course.
Man's is still like, what the flying fuck did you tell her to say?
We should also be wary of void sense slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well. And we are glad for it.
As much as I would love to... No.
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
Stand guard at the destination location. Oh no, there's one more quest after this.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
One of them, nothing. The other one, oh boy.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the Void Gate.
They're coming through!
It's a good thing Meteon is in.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way.
I miss Shola's eyes. I'm like used to it the way it is here, but I miss the way her eyes looked before.
But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
A Satrap's duty. Solar ponders the next stage of your preparations to enter the void. Once Sedana succeeds in replicating the Maka Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the void myself. While we discuss this later, there's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Ahem, shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the Warning Scale can be effective in protecting the bearer from our other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of... structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks. They still owe me a uniform. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation at Auger's Reach and commission their best and brightest. I got warped. John, what brings you to the Ironworks? I wish there was a way to like do it by keyboard to just keep going. We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming it's available. That's Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. Meteon's on Earth. Or Aetheris, technically. And I don't know what she's doing. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion is set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped to tear through its wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal, convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable, we know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jesse and a constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. Nero, let's go! I think we'd leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidada is getting on with the mock Atomos. Hasn't Shola ever been to Rauger's Reach since she got that outfit? We're almost done. I say that as if I'm not having fun. I am, believe you me, but it's just like it's like my body's shutting down. Because like I'm not used to this anymore. It's not like Trails of Cold Steel 4 days where I would go like 10 million hours a day every day.
Hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
Jeez, what is eating up my GPU? There we go.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together.
Oh, my heart.
But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament.
Ah! Estinian, you snitch!
For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire?
No, he didn't, but... well, maybe a little bit. You could tell I'm just
We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan. You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister.
I really should sit up.
We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
Yeah, that... Oh, my heart. Yoshi, why? Who now?
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
I like it.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ashdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Next patch is in 4 months. This is gonna be a while.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
You got spare bodies, right? I'm sure I can come back and get you another one. Oh, I shouldn't make light of it. You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vritra reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Needhog, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, his soul-chilling grief he nursed for Radatusker's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vritra that pain, then I will follow you. Any other former scions we should... Rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan as such is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. And there it is. Oh. I actually am, like, just flagging like an energy. Well, we managed to get 5 hours, so... Or almost 5 hours. Let's go. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Ashdaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now's the time. We do indeed have preparations, but that is to be done on Sunday. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, John, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. And with that, we are done with a newfound adventure. Wait. Okay, hold up. Meanwhile, on the 13th. We got debated. Wait. No! That's a Reaper form. With a hand?
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
I was thinking Xenos, but that's not Xenos. The paths unwalked, adventure spur, pulses quicken, spirits stir. Okay. Okay. And now we're done with 6.1. We are now done with the newfound adventure. I will be back, I don't know, but I'll be back eventually for Myths of the Realm, the new raid. Hopefully by Sunday? I don't know. Anyway, I got work stuff that's been keeping me from streaming, so apologies for that. Anyway, I will see you guys whenever.